Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting this afternoon, Monday, June 23rd, probably the hottest day we've had all year. And I have promised very faithfully not to complain about the heat after all the complaining I did about the cold. So I'm going to call our meeting to order and invite everyone to stand as you're able to join us in singing O Canada. And now I'm going to invite Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging with respect that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. I neglected to mention that I have regrets from Councillor Bartley, but we do have quorum, and I'm just going to ask if there's any declaration of pecuniary interest. Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, motions item 11.2, number C, I will be recusing myself, Meaford Culture Foundation matter.
Thank you very much. Announcements. Councillor Greenfield.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everyone. I just have one concerning the 2025 Leith Summer Festival that is beginning shortly, Saturday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. at the Leith Church on Tom Thompson Lane in famous Leith. The opening gala concert features Katie Gorge with Mark Limaker, Joe Phillips, and the Pandureka Strings Quartet. This is the first of the summer concerts at the Leith Church. Reserved tickets are available through the Roxy Theatre, Oberlin Center. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. And I do have a few announcements today with your indulgence, but I want to start, and perhaps Mr. Mayor wanted to speak to it as well, but with the ramped. And this new, there we go, it's the Meaford article. You should come to Meaford on page 64. And I want to congratulate Jessica Kenyon and Holly Maroney for putting their heart and soul into this. It's absolutely beautiful and really depicts the whole of Meaford, Bognor, Leith, and Annan all incorporated into this beautiful article. And I think Jess's line says it's the best. This is the magic of Meaford, where small town life meets urban culture, creating an atmosphere that feels both familiar and full of opportunity. And I think that just really describes Meaford. So well done, girls. As well, this Sunday evening, June the 28th at 7 p.m. will be the first Friends of the Library concert of the season down at the Russ Bumpstead Rotary Pavilion. Waverly Rice will be performing, and everyone will remember that last year Waverly was weathered out both at the beginning and the end of the season. So I'm sure there'll be a big crowd on Sunday. Donations will be collected at intermission for the library. Bring your lawn chair and enjoy. Also this weekend, out at the Meaford International Airport is Stomp the Bruce. And this is a new event for our municipality. Begins Friday at 4 p.m. This event is free for all to attend, but donations are encouraged and will go to support veterans and first responders. Saturday and Sunday, the start time is 11 a.m. and the festival is a celebration of community music covering all genres. So I think that's one to check out. And also, this one isn't until the 12th of July, but the Harbor Run Walk is upcoming. And this is the time to get yourself registered if you're not already. This is the 29th annual. The goal is to raise $100,000 for new equipment in our emergency room, which is pretty spectacular. So you can sign up online or the day of, but it is $50 prior to the 12th. And $60 the day of. And the first 400 registered will receive a free souvenir t-shirt. So that's always a great event too. So come out and support the hospital on July the 12th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That looks like the announcements on this side of, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Worship. I don't know if the folks out on who are watching us and aren't with us, I don't know if they can see this amazing picture that we have up on our screen. I didn't want to be here to do anything.
We've got it now, apparently.
Where was I? This is a great shot. I don't know who is responsible for that, but wow, that's our harbor area. That's our beautiful downtown urban area, and look at the trees, the color. That's I just hope everyone gets a chance to see that.
Drones, do have a useful purpose, a good purpose. So I have an announcement coming, but I'm going to now go to the other side of the horseshoe. CAO Everett, do you have anything for us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think I've got three here. So first of all, I want to introduce our Director of Development Services, Miss Amy Can. Amy has joined us from Clearview Township. Really excited to have Amy on our team, and I know she'll do wonderful things here, and looks forward to working with council. So welcome, Amy. Secondly, I do want to note that the July the 7th agenda would be released on the Wednesday, July the 2nd. We usually do it on the Tuesday because of the stat day on July 1st. We will be releasing that on July the 2nd. And then in addition, I want to take this opportunity to thank Jessica Wiley, our Director of Operations. Jessica's last day will be on July the 4th. On behalf of staff and the community, I really want to extend our thank you to Jessica for her work and commitment that she's provided the municipality over the last few years. So thank you. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I do have an announcement. And this has to do, I'm going to invite Jessica Kenyon to, I'll go back to where she is, and we're just going to make a little presentation today, as is our habit of late, recognizing the great businesses in our municipality. And Stephen Vance started an online version of the Meaford Independent in November of 2009. It doesn't seem that long. After having worked freelance with the Meaford Express, Stephen's interest in municipal governance began when in his 20s he ran for a council seat in Barrie, and he has worked on municipal, provincial, and federal election campaigns. Since then, he has honed his instincts and writing skills to give Meaford the news and information it really deserves. Susan Wasso came along in 2013, having had extensive experience with the Financial Post daily newspaper, as well as magazine experience with Maclean's, Chatelaine, and Flair. They joined forces and started the print version at the end of May in 2013. Their first couple of years were bi-weekly, and since then they have printed 543 issues, 50 issues a year, as well as online. Their focus is to be hyper-local, which puts a lot of focus on Meaford Council, Meaford and area news, and we're pleased that so many of our readers seem to appreciate the paper, both print and online. And I have often said Meaford is probably the smallest community in Canada to have both a newspaper and a radio station. Very, very proud and appreciative of all they do. And I'm going to make my way back, and we're going to present Susan with a certificate. I just want to thank Jessica for her efforts in honoring the milestones of our many great businesses in the municipality. And so this will be a fairly regular feature of our council meetings. Now, I believe we'll move on to public participation and presentations. And we have a presentation from Docs on Ice. Michelle Hunter, I believe, is with us, Program Manager of the Rural Ontario Medical Program. And Michelle, if you'd just like to take the podium, and we'll get your microphone turned on.
Okay, I'm not sure who's driving. Okay. Thank you for the invitation to come here. The most exciting thing that's happened today and greeting that I've received today is one that I had before I walked in this building, and it was "Bah." Thank you for that. It was so helpful. It's such a lovely treat. So thank you. Our presentation is about Docs on Ice coming to an arena near you. Our program is funded by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, but we do work on physician recruitment and training throughout the province. And we're excited to announce that Docs on Ice will be in April of 2026. So South Georgian Bay is hosting this event. Many of the big events for the group activities will be happening at Blue Mountain. And there will be over 70 teams with about 1,000 physicians and residents and students participating in that. So this does happen every year and has been traditionally moving around the province. We've hosted before. I believe that was in 2012. So we're excited to take the opportunity to do this again. In 1983, it was the first tournament. And as you can see, it's always been a charity event. So there's been a lot of fundraising that's done for this. And we'll talk a little bit about that. And it was inspired by a physician and hockey player, Dr. Peter Howes. If we turn our attention to what is happening with this 2026 event, we're looking at all the different communities that will be involved. Obviously, we're not like the GTA where we have multiple rinks in one small area. So we're looking to different communities to participate, and each of those arenas will have different features. So of course, with the tournament that's run predominantly by volunteers, we're looking for the municipalities to help support with the arena fees or the arena donation, as well as other special touches that you may have from your community. There are always usually NHL players, alumni. The media usually comes along with different television personalities that they sponsor to bring in to do talks. The proceeds are going to a charity, and this year we'll expect to contribute to, right now, over $1 million has been raised in total from that Docs on Ice tournament. It was in Collingwood in 2010, so it was a couple of years off, and those funds raised went to CGMH at the time, and held in Collingwood, Stayner, Meaford, Thornbury, and Elmville arenas. Dr. Moran is the chairperson for 2026, and he's been involved since 1985 and is still an executive on the group for Docs on Ice. And the dates are April 10th to 11th in South Georgia Bay. So the arenas we're hoping to secure for Docs on Ice tournament are listed here. Specifically, we're hoping for the municipality of Meaford to have the Meaford and St. Vincent Arena available for that. And with the 1,000 physicians attending, that local medical education or not-for-profits that some of the funds go to, our goal is to ensure that all local municipalities and councils are informed and are given an opportunity to make a community commitment and be involved. So your support will allow for us to increase fundraising and really enable the community to understand that there are physicians and investment in the local healthcare system. So here are a few ideas of what other municipalities might be doing or how they're getting involved. I think that the crisis around physician recruitment right now is out there. I don't think I need to inform folks on this. I know Mayor Kentner and Deputy Mayor Kirby, you've been very helpful with us in many fronts, coming out to join us for our new residents who are starting July 1st, as well as different initiatives to help secure more resources and funding for training through education to recruitment. So we're really looking now to see if there's an opportunity for you to consider donating the arena space for this tournament, as well as any other initiatives that you may feel is important for the community to get involved. We do have those dates, as I mentioned, that are set. And I think you've already got support on the committee from the municipality too, so, which is really great.
Are there any questions from council? And I'll also ask staff if they have any. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Michelle, for being
You're
here.
welcome.
And this is really an exciting event, and I know we'll have a considerable discussion about how we can participate. My question for you, though, is it mentions in the presentation sort of an opportunity to perhaps engage with some of the doctors who will be on the ice. Can you talk to us a little bit about how that might happen or how we might prepare to have that opportunity to perhaps speak with some of the doctors or even show them a little bit around Meaford, or is there that opportunity for that one-on-one engagement?
Absolutely. So this is how you can make it your own. So there is opportunity while the players are in your arenas to provide them with different kits, information. You know best how to do that welcoming piece. Perhaps it's an apple a day. I don't know what it would look like for you, but I do know that you will make that your own. There is also booth or exhibit space that will be allocated so that there's that opportunity again. And that would be in the, I believe they're going to be trying to use the tennis bubble at Blue Mountain because the group is so large, but it could be anywhere really. So they're still working on that location. That's another time to do that. Certainly, there's a lot of resources that are needed at the arenas to provide food and beverages, and that would be something, another opportunity for you to be involved either as a municipality or have some of your local groups provide support. So if you don't have a regular vendor in your arena, what could that look like? So we've heard one arena might be doing food trucks in the parking lot. So it could be even transportation, but I think that would be something to work with the committee as a whole once they know better what their needs might be.
Thank you.
Is that it? Answer the question?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Michelle. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I'll echo, thank you, Michelle. That's
You're welcome.
a phenomenal initiative. We're just so pleased that we're having the opportunity to be part of it. My question, I guess, is, so we will have the opportunity to kind of participate with various facets. I'm curious whether Docs on Ice, is it a push or pull environment? Do you kind of also reach out to Bright Shores, Meaford Hospital Foundation naturally, or do we kind of do that from a push from our way to get in touch with you to see how kind of we can kind of get married there and just have a little conversation?
Exactly. So when it comes to the players, they'll be self-organized. So they're already on teams, so they'll know who's doing what. So you may want to identify through your local players, so your local docs that are playing in the tournament, and then work with Bright Shores or the hospital to see what their opportunities might be to contribute. So yes, it would start with the municipalities first. And this is really a golden opportunity. And remember, in terms of being a municipality that can get involved, if we're repeating this cycle and it's been 15 years since we've had it, or 16 years, that means there's not very many communities that are in turn taking these opportunities to have the tournament. We know that in the past 15 years, several communities have done it twice. So the number is small, which gives you a very unique opportunity in the province.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, thanks for your presentation
You're
today,
welcome.
Michelle. I'm really hoping we can get behind this. So all the proceeds go directly to charity or local causes. So I'd just like to get you to comment on, how are the charities and local causes chosen? And if this tournament is over South Georgian Bay, how does that get distributed among the municipalities? I see in 2010, the $250,000 doesn't look like any of it went to the Meaford Hospital. So I'm just curious to know, if there would be a direct benefit with these funds to go to Meaford, because obviously that would suit our interest the most. So maybe you could just comment on that a little, please.
Sure. So right now, the funding is not earmarked for the charity known as CGMH. It is a different charity chosen this year, which is supporting adults with different needs in the community. So the only thing I can do at this point is maybe to see if someone in your municipality might have the details on which one that is. Sean. Could you speak up on that one? Because there have been meetings where there's been some selection. Dr. Moran has put a pause on his chairmanship right now, but will be returning soon, as I understand it.
Thank you, and thank you, Michelle. I believe the group that is the beneficiary for this event will be Events for Life, which is an organization out of the town of Blue Mountains that provides individuals over the age of 21 who have special needs, programming, day programs. And I know that they've been working with the Docs on Ice group for probably a good 6 or 7 months in preparation of this event.
Any other questions on our side of the horseshoe? Questions on the other side? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one piece that I just want to provide council as far as information when you are considering this request, the ice typically goes out near the end of March. So this date would require roughly 3 additional weeks of the ice being left in. We have reached out to our recreation staff. There are no conflicts in rentals, so the facility is available. But I do want to advise council that for that additional 3 weeks, estimated cost that we will incur are roughly $8,300 in hydro. So, and I would say overall, probably looking at $10,000 of cost incurred for the overall operations of the arena for those 3 weeks. I will say that over those 3 weeks, there is the potential of revenue from additional ice rentals. That being said, and with full disclosure, my involvement with arenas that extend their season past March, it's really a hard sell. Typically after the minor hockey playoffs, it really drops off as far as rentals. But that's something if council were to consider having these 3 weeks, then staff could be actively marketing for that additional ice time availability. So just wanted full disclosure that probably an additional $10,000 in cost to carry those 3 weeks of ice. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just an additional question for Sean, just thinking about our arena and our equipment, should the weather happen to turn warm in April, would we still have the ability to keep good ice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have no concerns. Dehumidifiers and the actual ice plant are position us well. That being said, there'll probably be some condensation, but I would say it's harder to put ice in when it's warm. When the ice is already in and just maintaining it, it's a lot easier.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I would just maybe finish off by saying that doctor recruitment is a huge priority for this council in the municipality of Meaford, and it sounds like a very worthy investment in terms of at least raising our profile among the fraternity. And
Exactly. And I think if you look at this in terms of even the numbers that Sean was using for your site visit program. So if you were going to bring 1,000 physicians to Meaford, what would that site visit cost be? You are bringing 1,000 physicians into the area and a significant number right to the main street of Meaford. What is that cost? So you've far exceeded expenses if you do it per delegate, and then having that unique opportunity to have one-on-one time with them, as well as supporting them through what you do naturally as a community of coming together and welcoming. That is a very different experience as well, that when they're already with their groups. And you're going to think about this in the context of the early careerists, that means the med student or the resident. Also the first 5 years in practice, looking at what is it that we have and can do in this area. And then as a mid and late careerist. And those two are very strong captures and have yielded high results for you before, where people have come later in their career to the community. So just think about it in terms of all the different candidates that you're going to see, because by no means are these hockey tournaments full of physicians that are in their first few years of practice. There is all generations that are coming. So a very, very unique opportunity, and not very often do municipalities of your size get this chance.
thank you again very much for
You're
your
welcome.
presentation. I don't believe we have any deputations today, so I'm going to move right along to council inquiries. Oh, any public inquiries? Anyone in the audience have anything they wanted to bring forward? If not, council inquiries. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. This question, I had a resident email me about this, and I told them that I would ask at the meeting. So hopefully they're listening. So the question was with regards to the condition of the road on 7th line by Riverside Hall. They were looking to know if that repair is slated to be addressed this year, and if so, when. comment would be appreciated. Thank you.
Through the chair, that's a great question. I think we would hope that it would be addressed in some capacity before the year is over, but based on the amount of work required, I foresee that being something that's brought through the budget session for 2026 for a permanent fixture.
Yep, yeah, it's true.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, through you again. Thanks, Jessica. So just so I understand, so you do expect that there will be some work done this year, but the actual to fix it for good would be most likely a 2026 thing.
Through the chair, yes. We're very aware of the situation there, and a lot of us drive in that way too. So we are doing everything that we can whenever it needs graded or whatever the temporary fix is for now, knowing that it does require a larger project, which would the proper way to do the work and understand what we need. We're going to do that this year and bring the project forward through the 2026 budget for a permanent fix.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. And there's only one item to be considered, so I'm going to just ask for I'll give you the recommendation and I'll ask for a mover and seconder. The Council of the Municipality of Meaford, number one, approve the following comparators based on the previous 2021 salary market review. Collingwood, Owen Sound, Southgate, Midland, Clearview, Saugeen Shores, West Grey, Georgian Bluffs, Tay Township, Grey Highlands, Penetang Machine, Hanover, Goderich, and the town of the Blue Mountains. And number two, that a council remuneration review be included in the 2025 salary market review to be funded from the Human Resources Reserve. A mover and seconder for this, Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion. I think we discussed this pretty well at last week's session, so I'm just going to call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Items, there are no items for consideration, so actually at this point, we'll entertain a motion to go into committee of the whole. Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder, all in favor? And we have a couple of items here. First, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report CAO 2025-16 for action refresh, tracking service, building trust for information purposes. A mover and a seconder for this report. Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion. Don't everybody talk at once. Thank you, CAO Everett. A really good report with lots to think about in it. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, the CAO, this is the right step in the right direction. My question has been for a long time, and I didn't quite clearly see it in our report, that I know, Mr. CAO, you are very aware that there is a lot of people who would still maybe fall outside of this, and that's really good, this proposal that you brought for our consideration. Do you have any thoughts on how we can engage with those folks that come? And I know they've come to all of us, and they'll bring a sheet of paper, and I don't have a computer, I can't engage, I feel left out. Any thoughts on, and those are fringe, but they're an important fringe. So if you could have a comment on that, please.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell, it's a really good point, and it's one of the things that from a municipality we can't put all of our eggs into the technical electronic basket. When we talk about those individuals who may have internet connectivity issues, or just, lots of people just like still phoning in or coming into the office and providing their input. I would say the training that from an internal process, those individuals either call in or, come in personally, that would be at the staff's responsibility to be able to input that information. Because even for staff like myself, rather than me just go to different staff and make the inquiries, this is a tool that I can actually put into the system and track follow-up. So making sure that those that have other requirements to be able to make their inquiries, because they are, everybody, all the residents should have the an easy access to be able to make comment, both from a position of making an inquiry for maybe a challenge or a concern, but also, making the inquiry because they actually want to say good work or great work, or just have a good suggestion. So making sure that all those platforms are available. The key thing is from an internal process, getting staff to be into the habit of utilizing this existing platform. It's absolutely critical to be able to track those different tasks.
Don't see any other questions. I would like to ask, is this the same as or parallel to the report of concern feature?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's essentially the same. We're just moving it forward and using the platforms to the fullest extent.
So it would continue to be sort of promoted as report of concern?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, there's been internal discussions in regards to what is the best term. It used to be termed something else. So we want to make sure from a user-friendly perspective, what is the terminology that makes sense and that it is absolutely as easy to find and use as possible.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a really great initiative. I like it a lot. And I appreciate that there will be a counselor toolkit because I think it really behooves all of us to step up and make this work because residents are very accustomed to reaching out to us and we come to one of you and get the answer and go back to the residents. So this way the residents should get their concerns addressed more quickly and more accurately if they can get their information right from the source. So I think it's all going to be in the promotion, the education side of things of how we can really utilize our social media and our website and perhaps radio and newspaper to really get the message out there that this is the way to get your concerns responded to as quickly as possible. But I think we've got a big role to play right here around the horseshoe.
Hey, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next one, the recommendation, excuse me, the recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report CAO 2025-17 Delegated Authority Annual Report 2024 for information purposes. A mover and seconder, Councillor Forder and Councillor Uhrig. Discussion on this one. And again, I think it was all very straightforward. Everybody's seen it, all in favor. And that is carried unanimously. I believe it was carried unanimously. Well, then please go ahead. I don't mean.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't get my hand up quick enough, but just one thought, and it's very minor, just in terms of the events that are listed. I think there's a few more to be added to the list. But anyway, I can connect with staff on those, but October certainly is Dragon's Den and September would be MIF and a few things like that. But I think we can work on that over the upcoming weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Did you vote in favor in that vote, Tony? Because I didn't say, I wasn't sure that I saw your hand up. Okay. Oh, well, she just saying that there were a few events that were missed in that calendar of events in the report. Well, there was a couple of regular things. You mentioned Scarecrow and Miff, I think, was one of them. I think they were just these were, I think, largely like there was an example for each month of the year, as I recall, and so there was 12 where we might have 14 or 15 events, and the deputy mayor was just making that point that let's not lose sight of any events.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only real events that I'm even semi-close to is with the Legion. And we've had really good success. Having contact with staff, getting things pulled together. Even on the street, putting up banners. It's in process, so I really can't think of anything that really is
Great.
other than
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you want us to take another vote on that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that would be a great idea. We can take another
Okay.
vote. We'll just re-vote on that item.
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report CAO 2025-17 Delegated Authority Annual Report for 2024 for information purposes. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next report, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report Finance 2025-13, 2024 Municipal Investment Performance for information purposes. The mover and a seconder for this one, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder. Any discussion on this report? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could come to page 3 of the report, and CAO Everett, I'll ask you just for a little clarity on the bottom paragraph, which talks about we've got roughly 1.9 million in investment income, which is incredible. But we're talking in this paragraph about 1.4 of the interest is allocated to reserve funds. And the amount attributable to the operating fund is 150,000. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. And if these funds are being allocated to reserves, is there anything discretionary that council could discuss putting towards a project of any nature?
Through Mr. Mayor to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. So when it comes to the reserves, council has the ability to approve, and only council has the ability to approve the use of the reserve funds. So the test would be whether or not the use of those funds are consistent with that specific reserve. So there can be work that would be done ideally through a budget process, or if there's any additional funding that council is thinking prior to that, staff could go back and take a look just to see what those reserves fund, because again, making sure then we are actually putting that money into the correct reserve where council may think about using it in the future. Is that helpful?
Mayor, if I may follow up. Thank you, CAO. Yes, that's very helpful because I'm thinking about a few things, but one, we talked about at our last council meeting, playground equipment for Rapers Park, and wondering if, you know, any of these funds could be allocated towards playground equipment for there, or perhaps for Peter Cameron Park in Leith, as we've got a small amount of money in reserve for that park, but not enough to really make a difference in terms of what's needed there. So are you suggesting there's an opportunity to put these monies into particular reserves that might meet those purposes?
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, I would say putting the money into reserves that have a discretionary would be the opportunity. That way, when funding envelopes could be considered for those specific projects, using the fullest amount of other available reserves would be wise. So sort of building this business case of, you know, if council wanted to look at Rapers Park as for for a playground. Whether or not we have waterfront acquisition or development funding that could be available could make this money more available for the other project. So coming up with a bit of a strategy of how best to fund those projects, I think would be the most prudent thing. And by putting this money into a discretionary doesn't tie that money up over the long term.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just sort of a generalized question with regards to this. Thank you for the report. So how do our investment returns and I guess our risk profile, how would they compare to similar sized municipalities to us?
So for that question, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Forder, I'm probably going to need to go back to finance on that one just to do a bit of a comparator. I would say at a high level, this has performed very well for us, very, very well for us. So, but happy to go back to our finance team and gain that and gather that information.
Yes. Certainly the thought had occurred to me that all municipal, governments would probably be affected by the same general trends. And so it looks like this has been a good investment year for municipalities just in general. However, I don't know that. I have no way of finding it out. So I think going back to our treasury might be quite helpful. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a second. I guess I'm wondering, first of all, I thought when I read this report, it was very flattering, very positive. I guess I'm somewhat coming back to our last or our earlier motion when we were talking about comparative groups and salaries and so on and so forth. I was wondering how our investments, or have we ever checked out how our investments compare to a comparable group of other municipalities, or I'm not sure if that would be worthwhile doing, but I would be kind of interested in just where we stand with it. Like is $30 million, which seems like a great amount of money, but is it in today's world, compared to other municipalities? And I'm hoping we have an advantage over some of them, but I'm just wondering how safe, how confident should we be with these numbers? It's just my thoughts, my concern.
Did you wish to respond, CAO?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, I think we have to be mindful too that when staff are dealing with these, we are using credit union and TD Bank. So as sort of the our guides through this. I know many municipalities use government available investments as well, which I believe may not actually seen this good of a return for this year, so or for 2024. So I do think there is a benefit of looking at the comparators, but also getting into the details of how that investment is being made through those municipalities. Apples to apples may be difficult, but it would be something that I think would be a worthwhile process. What we're trying to do is do a lot of comparisons, in particular our region, with other municipalities in regards to budget. I'm a firm believer that every municipality may do their services different. Maybe the services that we provide aren't the same as what others provide, but there is a real benefit of looking at those areas where we can compare using that smaller region as our comparator is extremely beneficial. Even when you take a look at, getting an understanding of the resources versus the services that we provide. What are the hard services, the core services? What are the soft services? So trying to get into a more comparator with the other regional municipalities, I think is a good practice, and certainly on the investment side as well.
Supplementary, go ahead.
If I can do it, one more question, in our list of investments. On page 62 of 157, we have at least 4 different line items under cemetery perpetual care. I think the total of the sums is close to $800,000. Why can't we get a fountain built up at Lakeview Cemetery? Like, there's something wrong with that picture.
CAO,
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield. So when we talk about the perpetual care and that investment, there are very specific uses of that that can only utilize that funding. So that's something I can definitely go back, but I do know that it's a hard one to figure out because typically the investments are usually pretty good in the dollar values, but it's very, very limited to what you can actually use those funds for. So I think maybe going through a report or going through the budget process to really clearly identify the limitations that you can actually or that are in place for cemetery, understanding what those uses of those funds would be very beneficial.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good conversation, and I agree, some kind of comparators would be probably helpful. Just to your point, Brandon, about we just literally had our Gray Sauble Conservation Authority budget, and we had our investment conversation at the last meeting. TD came in there and talked about all the factors that were in play. Ironically, when you look at a lot of these interest rates, they're exactly in line with kind of what is here. And again, they've got 10, 5, they've got all kind of different term investments in place. So to your point, Mr. Mayor, I think you're right that it's all peaks and valleys depending on the climate and the economy and what's going on. And I think you'll probably find that would probably be very similar from municipality to municipality because we're all going to the same major investment strategists. We're all utilizing the same economic factors. So I'd be shocked if it was a lot of difference unless somebody's making some really bad investments. But yeah, like Gray Sauble is a good indicator of a comparator that is pretty much in line.
This is a conversation for which I regret the absence of Councillor Bartley, who seems to be, our dollar and cents guy. But I will say it strikes me that we still our investment policies are extremely conservative, really, and I keep hearing about more adventurous programs that are available for municipalities, but I don't believe we have a lot of money that isn't very, very conservatively invested. So that was what I took from it. Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The next item is that the recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report finance 2025-14 long-term debt update for information purposes. Mover and seconder for that. Councillor Forder and Councillor Urick. Discussion on this report. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On page 72, getting near the end of the report, there's a page there that talks about the tax supported and where we are with monies. And the one that I want to just ask a specific question on is about the library. So when the new library was built, council approved the actual loan, the amount of money that was straight up for the loan. And that's recorded here very clearly. It's about $1.4 million. Also at the time, we were told about development charges And at this time, we are making payments on development charges for the future. Future development charges that we would be gleaning in the municipality. And I might be wrong on this. I'm thinking that when the DC charges come in from the future, that we will receive a report that staff would recommend putting some DC charges against that. Are you informed on that, Mr. CAO? Because that's, I might be wrong on that, but we were told as a council that we were looking at futures. That quite literally, we did not have money in DC charges. We didn't have the cash there. So we did it for the future on futures. So I'm just asking, maybe we need to investigate that a little bit. Is that a possibility? Or when this is listed like this and it's part of our tax payments, that really, it's kind of done. Thanks.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell. So when we talk about DCs, you can go into into debt for development charges. And so as development comes forward, you repay that DC. The critical piece though is whatever we are identifying to be paid by DCs has to be in the DC study. So if a project or facility or anything that we are anticipating utilizing development charges on, you can only use those DCs on those projects. That being said, when we talk about, the library, which would be a soft service, typically you get those fees at the end. So anything hard service, you get the money up front. The soft services, recreation, that sort of stuff comes in after. So oftentimes it is the soft services that do go into debt. And as development comes forward, you pay those back. Hopefully that's helpful.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, I was gonna ask about the Meaford Hall. Ironically, we're locked into the highest rate on that one. Just curious what is the life we have left? How many years do we have left on that? I know there's unfortunately Val's not here. 28? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And further to Councillor Bell's question, thinking of DC debt for the wastewater plant. And as is suggested in the report, if we took on $30 million of DC debt to do that upgrade, I'm wondering if there is a limit to the amount of debt we can take on for a particular project, because in my mind, it would take quite a long time to pay back $30 million of debt. So I'm just curious for a little clarity on how that works and if there is a time limit.
Through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor. So again, when you start taking on the consideration of debt through DCs, ultimately it is what you've identified or what the municipality has identified as the total cost of that project. So if it was $30 million and that was the growth related aspect of that project, if it was pure growth, you could actually debt finance the 30 million, understanding that those new units, as they move forward and come to fruition, that wastewater piece of their DCs would directly go against that project and help offset the debt. Is that helpful? Yeah.
Any further questions? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report operations 2025-05 sidewalk vegetation management for information purposes. A mover and seconder, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell. Discussion on this item. Deputy Mayor.
Again, just looking for clarity, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We understand that there is to be one spray upcoming, and The motion was to authorize the transfer for a second spray. So I just, the reports for information, so I just wanted to clarify, we are going forward with that, or do we need to have discussion on that now and agree as to whether or not we're going to do that second spray?
Through the chair, my understanding and I talking with Margaret is that we need to discuss it in order to make a decision. You guys need to decide whether you want to do it or not.
Mr. Mayor, then I will make the motion that we do the second spray for a cost of $11,250. And that will come from, help me, Jessica, which reserve?
Through the chair, it specified the roads reserve.
The roads reserve. Thank you.
So this is a motion within a motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe what the deputy mayor is saying, that she would replace the current motion, which is to receive for information purposes, with the motion to
Oh.
provide direction to staff for a second application. So
Okay.
on page 3 of the report, it does have some suggested wording. So if that's the wording that the deputy mayor is comfortable with, we would replace the motion and then council could debate that at this time.
Okay, so we are voting on whether or not we're going to replace the existing motion.
We would need a seconder to replace
Yes.
the motion, and then that motion would be the main motion on the
Okay.
floor.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bell, thank you. Okay, so now we're discussing that. Are there other questions? Because I have one, and that is that we seem to be like we're trying to control weeds in downtown urban Meaford. And what I'm noticing is high weeds growing up around the south end of the Sykes Street Bridge. And it seems to me that we have sort of determined that downtown Meaford is Collingwood Street to Trowbridge Street. I think it should be probably Boucher Street rather than Trowbridge Street. Anyway, that's probably complicating things for you, Jessica.
Through the chair, that's okay. Just for clarification, in the initial contract that includes the first spray, which will be happening regardless of what happens here today, it is including the entire 21 kilometers of sidewalk. So it is not just to not complicate it. It is the entire network. And the same goes for this motion. The proposal is that it would be a second application to the entire network, with the potential that if you wanted to get into the complexities, it could be lessened. But for now, the motion is to do the whole thing a second time.
All right. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So we're looking at this second application is going to cost $11,250 for the whole network. Would that guarantee us that those areas would not regrow weeds for the rest of the season, or would we be looking at a third application if some stubborn weeds grow back? I'm just worried that the costing can get out of control depending on how long we can expect these results to last.
Through the chair, great question. The existing proposal is utilizing our existing contractor. So in a way, we are stuck with their time frame. And because this wasn't included in the first time, they're coming to do our first application, and then they won't be able to come back again as specified in the report until late summer. So unfortunately, it's really hard to say and we'll see regrowth or regeneration in that amount of time. It depends on a lot of factors, but the intention is to do one now and hopefully see less come the fall.
I don't see any more questions, so are we ready to vote on this? And again, the motion is to spend that extra $11,000 on a second application. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
My apologies, but just a small procedural matter. So that was the motion to replace the main motion. So we just need one more vote to ratify that, please.
Okay, so again, all in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report operations 2025-06 wastewater annual reports for information purposes. A mover and a seconder for this report. Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder. Discussion on this? Councillor Yerig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, looks like a good report. Looks like we're always in good standing on this, and that's a relief. I was just curious why, when it talked about the CLI ECAs, the sanitary came under it falls under the auspice of the environmental services and stormwater under transportation and fleet. And I'm just wondering why stormwater falls under transportation and fleet. Seems like a disconnect, but.
Through the chair, great question. It didn't at one point, so, but the whole team, I guess, is in one group, so it is sort of all under the same hospice, but there is a lot of connection because we have open ditch systems as well, which sometimes you don't put the two and two together, myself included. It is part of the storm system. So for that reason, we did put it all together because back in the, I don't want to say back in the day, it sounds dated, I'm not, but it was open system versus closed system. But now the CLI allows, all of it is one. So
Okay.
hopefully that makes sense.
Systems, no, that's good.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And another question for you, Director Wiley. On page 13 of the report, where it talks about flows and it talks about the total flow treated in 2024 is down from 2023. And I'm just curious, you know, we've had growth. We've got new homes online and so on. Was that weather related, or how do we end up being treating less than we did in 2023?
Through the chair. So I also have our wonderful manager of environmental services here who can probably get into the weeds on it. But I will say that we have had a very successful relining program, which has been going on for the last probably 3 years now. And the whole impetus of the program is to reline old sewer systems. We have seen a very healthy positives from the program, I guess is the best thing to say. And I think the quickest way to see that is through the flow reduction. I'm sure there's other things, but I think we had a big conversation about it ourselves internally, and the biggest win is definitely from the sewer relining program.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Definitely 2024, I would say, was a lot related to weather as well. We've noticed 2025 hasn't been as smooth sailing as 2024 was. I think we all have a hard time remembering that the winter of 2024/23 was a lot less snow than what we had in 2025.
That does, I think, answer the question. I was wondering too.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Yes, it does answer the question, and it leads to a question that you may not be able to answer, but thinking of, you know, current and future capacity, the relining, it would be my assumption that that will make a difference in terms of available hookups as we continue with that program.
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's our hope, is that the relining will continue to help. We're taking this year to make up another 3-year plan of prioritizing what mains we're going to reline and the areas that we're going to reline. Essentially, relining we're doing in areas that we're not doing construction for a while, or we've already done construction, but we've noticed with our CCTV program that there's infiltration or inflow coming. The next thing we'll have to tackle too is sump pumps.
Thank you, Emily. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On section 4.2, the maintenance. I think we've probably all seen a television program called Canada's Worst Jobs. I think this sounds like one of the worst jobs in Canada. It says that actual people have to take a rake on top of a screen. So I don't think we have to let our imagination go too hard to understand what might be sitting on top of a screen. But my question is that an area that gets clogged that would cause an overflow? And is that how serious that is?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bell, absolutely. So we go down there, we try at least every other week. if nothing else, we're at least doing an above observation, because to make it even worse, it's about 50 feet down at least. So it's a confined space, so there's multiple operators that are required to do that task.
So in our system then, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So in our system, and this has been ongoing then since the day that the facility was constructed. This is ongoing daily, like daily. So is there anything that we do? There's a note there about a company that came in and did inspections of 7,000 meters of the sanitary. What did they do that with a camera? What did they do when they did that inspection?
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, so they come in with a camera that can go underwater. It looks like a remote control car, essentially, that goes down with pretty amazing cameras, as well as they also have a reamer hose on one of their trucks. So if they come across a area that they can't get by because of more debris, then they will use the reamer and then re-camera. So those are the videos.
So it's
very
absolutely
exciting.
critical that these personnel do this, because if that backs up, then the pipes back up, we have a major problem.
Absolutely.
So I guess what I'd like to say is, thank you to the individuals who are responsible for that, because if they don't do that, we are literally in a mess, right? Okay, so thank you on that.
Thank you.
So on the part of the repairs, it said that there was a pump that got replaced that needed maintenance. That's goes on in the mechanical world. But it says there are remaining 3 pumps. That means there's 4 pumps. Is that system designed more than necessary? Like, I would think one is working when you need one in and out and you got like 2 extra, or am I wrong? Thank you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have 4 pumps in that station. We have 2 that run on variable frequency drives, so they can ramp up and down as needed. And then we have 2 that just on or off. So we rotate them accordingly, but that's essentially what we're doing. So we like to have redundancy in our world just so that we don't have the backups. But then we can, if we take 1 pump out, there's still 2 that are running on the variable frequency drives.
Thank you again, and I think that, our water treatment and our wastewater treatment are 2 departments that are always scoring extremely high in their, provincial oversight, and it makes us very proud, and we also know that it's hard work. Thank you. I think we're ready to vote on that, unless anyone else has any questions. All in favor? And again, that is carried unanimously. So now we move on to updates from members appointed to county council committees and local boards. So I'm going to start with an invitation to Deputy Mayor Keaveney to bring us up to date with what's going on at Grey County.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The last meeting of County Council was on June the 12th. Councillor Bartley did attend in the absence of the mayor and myself, so I thought I would use this opportunity to talk a little bit about where we were on the 12th of June. The mayor, myself, and CIO Everett had the privilege of attending a Canada Club luncheon in Toronto, where the guest speaker was the Minister of Energy and Mines, Minister Stephen Lecce. We had an opportunity there to hear from the minister. He unveiled his new plan, Energy for Generations. And the mayor and the CAO and I were able to bring home one of these books that is available online. And I'm not sure if it's available yet online. Is it, Mr. CAO? I believe it is, that all of council can find it and review it. But the plan, as the minister said, is the provincial government's long-term roadmap to secure the power to drive the strongest economy in the G7. It's an ambitious nation-building plan, investing in reliable energy built by and for Canadians for generations to come. This integrated energy strategy sends a strong signal that Ontario is a leader in clean, reliable, and scalable innovation. It's a big, bold blueprint that positions the province to be a global destination for future-ready energy solutions. So it was a really invigorating and interesting day, and we were glad that we made the trip downtown. And I would encourage all members of council to take the time to read through the plan. On page 59, it does mention the Ontario Pump Storage project. And it's nice to see that in print because that matters. So again, I just encourage you all to take a read of this plan and see that the project proposed for Meaford is mentioned here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. How about the Heritage Advisory Committee? I believe it had a meeting. Councillor Porter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, let me just bring that up here. We did meet on June 11th, and thankfully, we were able to have quorum. We started the meeting without quorum, and we had a late show, and so we're able to get things underway. We did discuss the heritage permit application for the Georgian Bay Harbor condo development. And that is looking real sharp, and we're quite pleased, and the committee was happy with that. We also did go over the delegate approvals report for the minor permits under delegated approval. Everything looked okay there. Relatively short meeting. Our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, August 13th. Thank you.
Any questions for, Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. I was just gonna mention, we did have a library board meeting and.
Can I just come back then to Councillor Porter for a
Yeah,
quick question?
yeah.
When you said the harbor project, is that the Amarant's proposal?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Whoop. Yes, that's the one right behind the library.
Okay, so my question, like, has the plan changed to any degree? From
Sorry. Yes, so there was my understanding was there was a reduction in the number of units, and then also sloping the development so it wouldn't necessarily be as imposing. So the idea, of course, would be there would be 3 stories closer to the library, and then as you worked your way towards the interior of the development, it would go up to the 5-story development. So just a little bit softer edging, just to be I guess more visually aesthetically pleasing. We did have a presentation from one of the representatives from the developer, and she was quite knowledgeable and helped answer a lot of our questions. So yeah, it looks like they've been responding and listening to feedback in the community, and they've been responding accordingly.
Good, I wasn't aware of that, but thank you very much. Any other, oh yes, you're going to do the library board, Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship. The library board did meet last Wednesday on June 18th. A number of items on the agenda. We did approve our emergency evacuation plan and procedures report. Quite involved. Covered a lot of things that a lot of items. Not just getting out of the library at a time of turmoil, but a lot of different examples of just what might result in an evacuation at the library. It's a public building. The doors are always open, and a lot of things have to be examined and researched as far as as far as taking steps to help relieve the situation. We received the public library annual report, and I think everything favorable there. Our end of May variance report again looks as if the budget is being kept quite tight, quite in order. Certainly no surprises thus far. The library did receive a small grant, excuse me, from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Gaming. And that grant was $3,700. That basically covers the cost of summer student assistance at the library. We were getting that for quite a number of years, and it's worked out very well. The library is going to be busy this summer. I won't go into all the activities there, but I think the month of July, there's likely about 45 different activities, different programs going on at the library. I had a report from the Friends of Meaford Library, basically the Net Shed people. 24th of May weekend was the busiest that they've ever had. And they say that every year, and every year it continues. It gets busier when they reopen. So lots of things going on down there. They have a lot of books, but they said we could likely accommodate a few more. So don't be shy about dropping them in. The Owen Sound Northbury Union Public Library, we have to make our second of 3 payments to them coming up the end of June. And I just wanted to report that there has been an increase in the average of municipality members using the Owen Sound Northbury Union Libraries. Just I think it's something like 998 the last count, and for a number of years we were actually slightly below the 900 number, but the last couple of years the numbers have come up substantially. Now that likely means those numbers will be reflected in next year's budget, and I won't guess which way that might go. We also recently conducted the library CEO performance review, and I'm pleased to say, and I'm sure I speak for Councillor Ford or all the members of the Meaford Public Library Board, we are very pleased, very satisfied with Ms. Fashionando's performance at the library, and we're looking forward to a number of more years of her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more reports from other boards or committees? If not, I need a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Councillor Forder and Councillor Urick, thank you. And we're doing that at 2:21 p.m. Now, motions for decision, and Deputy Mayor, I think you have a couple of them here, so I'll let you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in case, were there any notices of motion? Perhaps?
Sorry, yes. Any notices of motion? Seeing none, we'll move on then. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the first motion talks about standards for recreation facilities. And the recommendation, whereas pickleball and tennis are popular recreational sports that promote physical activity, social interaction, and overall community well-being for individuals of all ages and abilities. And whereas the demand for access to pickleball and tennis facilities in municipal parks has grown significantly in recent years with increased use of both dedicated and shared court spaces. And whereas the current park use bylaw 2018-86 does not explicitly reference pickleball or tennis, nor does it establish related provisions regarding designated playing areas or court sharing protocols. And whereas updating the park use bylaw to include specific provisions for both pickleball and tennis use will support responsible access to municipal recreational spaces while helping to manage potential conflicts among park users. And therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to review the current parks use bylaw and identify updates for inclusion of language related to municipal pickleball and tennis use. So in essence, what we're looking to do is, as it states, update the parks use bylaw, but this is specific to municipal parks or municipal lands. It doesn't have any implications for any developments that might be inclusive of pickleball or tennis. This is just for municipal lands, just to tidy up that current bylaw.
We need a seconder for this. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any discussion, question, Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I wish I had brought this forward, as I think it's overdue. And just speaking about physical activity, pickleball obviously seems to be one of the growing sports in Canada. And just having staff go back and have a look at what we can do to update the protocols for that. Keeping people engaged, people having fun, just having a good game and just getting out there. I think this would be excellent for our staff to have a good look at, to look forward to that report.
Any other questions or comments?
If I may follow up, Mr. Mayor, with Councillor Bell, yes, that's exactly right. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport. And it just seems like everybody's playing it and there's a long waiting list here in Meaford for people to join the club. And we just want to make sure that, you know, everything runs smoothly and that people can enjoy the sport and that neighbors also can feel that consideration has been given to their comfort because, you know, pickleball it's a noisy sport and, you know, people have a lot of fun playing it, but we want to make sure that it's comfortable for those playing it and for the neighbors of our municipal parks as well.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to all the citizens as well, who have kind of made an effort recently to help update the help with the maintenance, remaking of the local tennis. It's interesting right now because you're absolutely right. Pickleball is fast growing. There are also many facilities within our area that you can play pickleball at. There are actually much less facilities you can actually play tennis in our region. So there's a lot of conversation about having both of those tennis courts potentially being utilized as potential pickleball space. Because the problem with tennis players, they didn't really have a place to play, or pickleball players could literally go to Burns Club, or they could go to the high school and pay for whatever. Yes, those are paid for services, but they are available for tennis courts, there really aren't any others. Anyway, having said that, there are tennis players in our community who realized that the facility was in rough shape, and they actually remade it with permission and with conjunction with municipal staff permission. So they've actually done a lot of work on that, and they requested specifically that one of those tennis courts be specifically designated as a tennis court and not dual, so that there would always be a place for a tennis player to do it, as opposed to they might go that big old thing. Just got to be cognizant of both parties and what's available in our community. I just want to make that note. Put it up there. Try to talk about the whole thing.
I don't see any more hands, so if you're ready to vote, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, you have a second motion here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the second motion is to do with Bay Shore Road out in Leith. I think this one will spark considerable discussion. The recommendation, whereas Council of the Municipality of Meaford supported infrastructure improvements along Bay Shore Road and Grey Road 15, whereas the project includes road rehabilitation and drainage improvements, whereas this work is being done to improve the condition of the roadway and drainage in the area, whereas the project scope includes full road rehabilitation of Bay Shore, minor culvert and drainage improvements where required, restoration of all disturbed areas upon completion. Whereas the 2023 budget for the Bay Shore Road Rehabilitation and Water Service Replacement Project was $1,236,000, with a portion of the funding from the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the Federal Gas Tax Fund, a permanent source of federal funding for local infrastructure. Whereas this project included deep ditching along the full length of the construction, whereas deep ditching is typically used in rural settings, therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to provide costing for 1, urbanizing the urban section of Bayshore Road between Gray Road 15 and Market Lane and Leith, and the addition of a center line for safety reasons to be added to the scope of work. So just to follow up a little bit, and I hope all of council have had a recent opportunity to drive out to Bayshore Road to see the condition of this construction project, which we recognized is not yet fully completed. But this is, I think, in my mind, it's a lesson for me in particular to really pay attention to what we're approving in a road project, because the ditching that is there now is deep and it is wide and it is such that the residents cannot maintain it. It is right next to laneways where it makes access to laneways, in my mind, a little bit dangerous. And I think it is such that it's not going to return the roadsides to their original condition. And I think we can do better in making these decisions. And my hope is that we will give consideration to this motion to at least continue. If you've been out there, the curb comes halfway down Bayshore towards Market Lane and then it stops. So in my mind, I'd like to see it continue to the corner of Market Lane and then have discussion from there as to what we might do to improve the rest of the project, which I think needs a revisit by this council. And I think it's going to need some investment, which is partially why I asked earlier about the investment income and what reserves that might go into so that we might have access to some of those monies to do right by the folks out in this area. And anyway, I'm going to ask for council to have discussion on this matter, but I think we need to go forward with this motion in my mind and perhaps add to this to request a report from staff as to what the next steps might be to go back and revisit this project and understand what the costing would be to really do it right.
I think we need a seconder for this. Councillor Bell, thank you very much. Discussion on this. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And again, I'm happy to second the deputy mayor's engagement on this subject. I'm out through there quite often and I've stopped at various times of the year and had a look at this. And I do understand that you had a meeting with some folks that were out there. And we all were sent a letter from one of the residents and we all read it. My takeaway on that person's comments was that they felt kind of disappointed in some sense that no one was actually going to take a hold and do something and make something happen. And I know that things within the municipal world, they do take time and we do have to do things in a progressive manner. And so when the deputy mayor has written in here, urbanizing that particular area and the streets named and the intersection is named. When I kind of read that and I think of urbanizing and a ditch, what comes to my mind right away is sidewalks. And was that something that folks talked about, that they thought maybe that was it, or are we leaving that within the motion for staff because that's another cost and we know what sidewalks cost. So am I on the right track?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, respond to Councillor Bell. No, sidewalks are not in this particular consideration. What I'm looking for here is the curb that comes halfway down Bayshore towards Market Lane and then ends, and then it goes into a deep ditch. In my mind, that block should be completed with the same curb. That's what I'm asking for. The folks would love sidewalks, but the road's not wide enough. And that's part of the reason for asking for a yellow line, because right now with the ditching, there's nowhere for them to walk. And it's not ideal. So the suggestion from the CAO was to add not just the yellow line, but a white line along the edge of the road, so cars know exactly where their space is. And if we can go back and revisit this whole discussion about the future of Bay Shore Road, perhaps we can address, a shoulder that people can walk on, because right now there is literally nowhere to walk.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. So when I asked a few years ago about painting on roadways. And I had a farmer down that area that was coming through Leith, coming into that area, and he come around the corner. And he called me because he said he was almost in an accident because somebody was coming the other way on the inside of the curve, went way over what he would consider his portion. He asked me, can we get the lines painted on the road out there? Well, this is what I was told. I was told that when the road is laid down and it's paved and it doesn't have any painting on the roads, that when a contract is handed out to do that repaving again, if it wasn't painted before, it doesn't get painted again, unless we put it in a contract specifically saying that. And so that's what I had to tell that person back then. It didn't have it before, didn't have to do it then. And so that's why it's left black. And maybe our person in the works department may correct me on that, but that was what I had gleaned back in the day. So one of the things on ditching, again, and it goes back to almost like what we were dealing with the twin bridges. It's the scope of work that we ask for. And it is something that we have to really, and I know staff does a really good job of putting together a scope because it has to be put out for contract. But you put the word in there, a ditch. What is the scope? What is a ditch to one contractor and a ditch to another? Unless we say so many meters wide by so many meters deep, filled with such aggregate and put in with such, it's almost up for grabs. You put in a ditch, put in a culvert, put it in what is best practice. So this whole area down there, I think it's bringing to light all the things that we deal with as a council when we read something. What is the context? Because that's where it has started. Because the person that sent us that email conversation kind of thought maybe going back to what the original request for proposal was, may have included some of the reasons why the contractor did exactly what they did. That may or may not be true, but that was the person's content. So I'm glad that we're going to be looking at this, and I'm glad that the CAO, you went out. That's huge. To the community out there, that's huge. And for you, Mr. Mayor and Madam Deputy Mayor, going out, that's important to the people who live there. So that part's really good. I do look forward to what staff will look at after your visit and after the communications. Again, I look forward to seeing what the report will bring forth.
Let's go to Councillor Greenfield. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for bringing us back to us, Deputy Mayor. Thanks to you and the Mayor and our CAO for meeting with a number of the residents last week. I have to admit, I have not been to Leith now for likely a month. The last time I was there, the road looked basically the same as it had been for the last several months. What I've been hearing about, not just the last week or two necessarily, but have been the hydro poles. The question of the hydro poles, do they need to be relocated? How many need to be relocated? My last memory of coming south on the Bay Shore Road through Leith to the County Road 15 corner was okay. It had a beautiful stretch of asphalt, very wide ditch on the east side until you got to the Market Lane, and then you had these holes, and another hole, and maybe another hole, and there seemed to be culverts draining into these holes, but well, I'm not sure if they were draining in or draining out. I had a number of people in Leith ask me, well, when are they coming back to finish the job? And I had to admit, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure just what finishing the job would require. So, are we going to get answers about the hydro poles? If they don't need to be located, fine, that's great. But are we going to get answers about these open spots along the sides of the road that, a lot of people are wondering, explain the common sense of this, explain the practicality. So do we have hope? So these questions being answered with this review?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. Councillor Greenfield. So I'm going to look to Margaret for a second because perhaps she'll suggest that there should be an amendment added to this motion requesting that more fulsome staff report on what our options might be going forward, because I think we recognize as a council that when we made the decision to go forward with Bayshore Road, we chose the cheapest option because that's what councils do. We're always mindful of taxpayers' dollars, and when we had the opportunity to make that decision, and we know the pressures of bridges and roads and all the projects that are in front of us, and we went for the cheapest option, and now this is what we have. So anyway, Margaret, my question: should we add an amendment to this to ask for that more fulsome report from staff as to what our options are now to go forward and complete this project in a different manner?
Thank you, through you, your worship. I guess what I would offer is that at this point, there is some direction to staff on what is being provided back for costing. So if council feels that that's not specific enough, then an amendment with greater depth might be appropriate so that staff are clear on what they are bringing back costing for. But I don't know if there's a desire from either the Director of Operations or the CAO to weigh in more specifically on that, to who would be leading that project. So
thank you, Margaret. Perhaps we will look to CAO Everett for his thoughts.
Thank you. And through Mr. Mayor to the Deputy Mayor, my suggestion is there has to be some communication out before we wait for the report. Staff has provided me with an overview of a number of the questions I had from Friday. The goal is to have that out to the residents this week. So I think providing that information, I do have a meeting with communications tomorrow, trying to figure out how best to provide some of these answers and not wait for a staff report. I think if we waited for the staff report as a follow-up to the notice of motion, we've waited too long. So I think there's some pretty clear points that we can provide clarification to in advance of that report.
If I may, I'm going to just give you my point of view on this because, this has all happened on my watch. This is the third year that the residents there have been in the midst of disruption. The road and the ability to walk on it, that is for pedestrian, not as functional as before the work started. Serious safety concerns, and the value of their houses has actually been impacted by what's happened there. So I think we need to do this over. Like I think we need culverts. We need what am I trying to say? Somebody help me. Catch basins, and we need we need a flat surface beyond the road. You should not have to walk on the road to be, just not safe. So I think it's this whole council, I think, has been held to ridicule over this, and I think it's largely with us because I don't think we knew what we were asking for, but I think that we now know what we don't want, and it's what we have. So I think we really need to step up and figure out how best to move forward. So as long as the present motion does not box us into limit our options. I don't want to limit our options because I think we want to be able to correct this and have it something that eventually the people will at least be back to where a better place than they were when we started. Thank you. Yes, Councillor, sorry, CAO Everett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hear you loud and clear. And I think one of the things that I would suggest, the way the notice of motion is, it does not limit us. What it also allows this discussion, and I think was very clear to me prior. This gives us an opportunity to highlight our existing standards and our level of service. One of the issues that I saw out there was the condition of the ditches and the vegetation cutting. I will say that, again, looking at our standards and level of service, ditches are to be trimmed or cut twice per season. So I just want to be mindful that when we bring these reports and when we look at these projects, that we always remind ourselves, and it's responsibility of staff to remind of council as well, that when we look at these, we will be setting a precedent. That when we look at what the standard is of these conditions, whether it's reconstruction programs, if we start looking at urbanized and settlement areas, then we should be looking at all of the other settlement areas within. So we're very clear of what we are going to be bringing for council's consideration. I've seen it before where we do one project and, it might be a rural cross section that, the residents want urban. Well, the next small settlement area that we do in 3 years from now may want the same thing. So we just need to be mindful of that. And then when we look at the levels of service, this is something that we'll look at definitely in the budget process of is twice a year adequate? And who's responsible for doing what? Are we responsible for doing the one side of the ditch? Is the resident on the other side of the ditch responsible? What are our standards for slope of ditches? Is it 3-to-1? Like having all of those things so it's crystal clear. And then the other pieces where I've seen some real value is when you have those external agencies, whether it be Hydro One or Union Gas or internet providers, we may want to look at our process, let them do their work first, and then we go in and finish the project. Because we get held accountable when those agencies, aren't available or quite frankly dragging their feet on these projects. And in this particular one, the length of time that Hydro One has taken to complete their end of the project simply doesn't allow us to finish the project. So I think Bayshore can be a lot of lessons learned through Bayshore Road. However, I do want to just state that, we will do that forensic of looking at, did the contractor do what they were supposed to do? And how we move forward with these types of projects in the future. At the end of the day, we do want to get this right. So thank you for that.
Thank you, CAO Everett. Are we ready to vote on this? All in favor of the motion? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we have another motion, and this one is your motion, Councillor Forden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So my motion agreement between Meaford Hall and the Meaford Culture Foundation. So the recommendation, whereas the Meaford Culture Foundation, MCF, was founded in 2007 to support Meaford Hall. Whereas since its inception, MCF has contributed over $750,000 to support capital improvements and cultural programming at Meaford Hall. Whereas in 2020, council approved a 5-year rental agreement with MCF, freezing rental fees for the Meaford International Film Festival, or MIF, at 2018 rates and granting free use of office space at Meaford Hall. Whereas that agreement expired on December 31st, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that council of the municipality of Meaford direct staff to work with the Meaford Culture Foundation to develop a new rental agreement for a further 5-year term from 2025 to 2029, and that the agreement continue the 2018 community rental rates as the basis for MIF facility rentals, and that the agreement continue to provide MCF with free use of an office space at Meaford Hall during regular business hours under the same conditions outlined in the previous agreement.
We need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Bell, thank you. Discussion on this motion. Councillor Greenfield.
If I may, through you to Councillor Ford, am I reading that, first of all, Meaford Cultural Foundation, amazing organization, have done some amazing things. One thing I want to mention is their support for youth theater in the hall, and that's been terrific. So are we looking at a new 5-year term at the same numbers of the 28 community rental rates, or just need a bit of clarification on that, please?
And if I may,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor,
sure.
thank you. Great question, Councillor Greenfield. And so, yes, the whole purpose is to extend the previous agreement that was already in place. The term of that agreement has expired. With the new rental rates, it's will be a significant increase for MCF. And of course, for the International Film Festival, which is hosted at Meaford Hall. So the reason for me bringing this forward is in order to keep a nonprofit putting money where it should go into, which is arts and culture programming, particularly for disadvantaged youth. I feel that money would be much more suitable going to those purposes than into going to Meaford Hall's newer, higher rental fees. So my request is that we simply extend the or go into a new 5-year agreement, but using the old numbers as the baseline, at least for discussion purposes. Yes. Hopefully that answers your question.
Any other comments? Are you ready to vote on this? I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that is a 4-1. Separate 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay. And that brings us to the end of that. Our motions. We have the minutes of the last couple of meetings to approve. Sorry, I'm getting a high sign. What have I missed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. There was the Docks and Ice deputation. They did make a request. Just didn't want to lose the opportunity of whether or not council saw at this time to make a notice of motion in regards to the request.
It's a good idea for sure.
Mr. Mayor, I would gladly make the motion
Okay.
to.
Well, we'll give the deputy mayor a little bit of a break here. And by the way, the people studying to be doctors are coming to Collingwood at the end of the week. And I have, for the last 3 years, participated in that event. It's a big social event. And all of our near neighbors are, of course, just as anxious as we are to attract these people who are, devoting their lives to becoming doctors and practitioners. So I think that anyway, I have another engagement, and Deputy Mayor Keaveney has kindly agreed to represent us at that meeting, and I'm sure that you'll enjoy yourself. And these are great young people who are all, at the beginning of their lives, and it's a very exciting time to discuss. And I will tell you that they are very, very taken with our part of the world. They think it's beautiful. They enjoy coming here, and they all at that point are saying, I'd love to practice anywhere. I might as well be here.
If I could and I did take the opportunity prior to this meeting to speak to the Meaford Hospital Foundation, just to make them totally aware that what was happening today, and just to make sure that they are going to be involved in the conversation, engage with the Docks and Ice people to try and figure out any ways that we can develop synchronicities to kind of further doc retention and recruitment for us. So they're already, lockstep, looking forward to anything that we can support and want to further this as well.
Thank you, CAO Everett. Appreciate that. Now with the recommendation is be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on June 2nd, 2025 and June 9, 2025, and the closed meeting held on June 9, 2025. A mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell, thank you. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The communications agenda, is there anything from the minutes of county council from their committee of the whole meeting? The Bogner Community Hall Board and the correspondence list. In particular, the correspondence list, did anyone have anything to bring forward? Okay, then at this point in time, we are going to go into a closed session. The recommendation is be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 2:53 p.m. with the CAO and acting clerk in attendance to discuss litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, specifically the legal status update, open meeting exemption E of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, could we please also add the Director of HR and Community Services to the motion? So we would still need a
let's
mover and
do-
seconder, but we don't need an amendment for that.
Okay, so I'm adding our Director of Human Resources to that list. Thank you. So, and we will be back at the conclusion and report out of the meeting.
My apologies, but we do need a mover and a seconder and a vote to go into
Yes.
closed, please.
So, thank you, Councillor Forder, seconder, Deputy Mayor, all in favor. And that's carried. And we'll see you at the other side of the meeting. Reporting out of the closed session this afternoon with the CAO, acting clerk, and HR director to discuss litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. We discussed only those matters, and no direction was given to staff. Both the deputy mayor and myself recused ourselves on different matters. And with that, I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned. We will be back at 5 o'clock for a public planning meeting. Good afternoon, everyone. We're resuming the council meeting after a pause until the 5 o'clock hour for a planning public meeting. And we're holding this meeting to learn about a proposal to amend the land use planning permissions applying to certain lands in the municipality of Meaford. Council is legally required to make decisions that conform to the county and local official plans. Our policies encourage us to reach out to the community stakeholders to gather information. We have a variety of legal tools available to us that we can apply to development that will help us manage change in a positive manner with as minimal an impact as possible, and your insights can be part of what informs our direction. Those in attendance for today's meetings will have an opportunity to speak in person or remotely if pre-registered through Zoom. This meeting is not structured as a dialogue between speakers and the applicant. However, the applicant may take the opportunity to respond to comments toward the end of the meeting if they wish. Note that in many cases, formulating responses may require that staff carry out research after the meeting on the matters raised and provide answers following the meeting or through their report to council. So I will now call today's meeting to order. This is a public meeting to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 135 William Street in Meaford. This meeting is a mandatory part of the planning process, which has been set out by the Planning Act. Based on the rules in the Act, there must be at least 20 days' notice given to residents within 120 meters of the property. Notice of the zoning bylaw amendment was issued on June 3rd, 2025, giving the required 20 days' notice. So we'll get started, and I'll begin by asking Helena Fascinato, planner at the municipality of Meaford, to give us a brief presentation about this application and to provide us with any public and agency comments that have been received to date. Helena?
Hi there. Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a public meeting for 135 William Street. So the purpose of this public meeting is to hear a presentation from staff with some of the details about the subject lands and the planning application, to provide an opportunity for the applicant to speak about their proposal and to provide a forum for the public to comment on the proposal. So the subject lands location. So 135 William Street, Meaford, as most of you probably know, it was previously a long-term care facility in town. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential, and there's a mix. So there's single detached, some condos, some Grey County housing buildings. So a mix of residential housing types. So the current zoning of the property restricts the zoning to those uses that were illegally existing on September 21st, 2009. So when our zoning bylaw came into effect. And under the Planning Act, a temporary use can be granted by council on any lands for any purpose that's otherwise prohibited in the zoning bylaw. So the applicants would like to temporarily rezone the subject property to allow for employee housing. If approved, they would be housed for the remainder of the year's seasonal agricultural operations. So from September to November, as well as for the future farming season. So the temporary zoning bylaw amendment would add an additional new use of employee housing and would be in effect for a period of 3 years. Following this, there is an opportunity to extend, but it would need future approval by council. So to get into the policy review, so the county official plans designates the lands as primary settlement area. So this is where the focus of growth shall be within the county. And a full range of land uses are promoted, including residential unit uses. And employee housing opportunities are encouraged in this area. So the Meaford official plan designates the lands as institutional. So long-term care homes are permitted, hospitals, things like that. But section E 1.2 allows the municipality to pass a temporary use bylaw to any land to permit temporary housing. And this can be in effect for up to 3 years, and it should be applied where appropriate. And there's criteria that's involved in that. The proposal shall be of a temporary nature and will not entail any major construction or investments. So the zoning of the lands is urban institutional or UI. And as mentioned, the zoning is restricted to uses that were in place as of September 21st, 2009. So the only permitted use is a long-term care facility. So the applicant's requesting to add a new use temporarily of employee housing to the existing zoning by way of a site-specific temporary use bylaw. So in the application process, we're currently at the public meeting stage today. And following this, staff will take every comment and question and complete the review and bring a recommendation report to council at a subsequent meeting. And then there's the council decision, the appeal period, and then following that, the decision is final. So to keep engaged in our process, members of the public can sign up to receive updates on this proposal on our website. And there's a link in the PowerPoint presentation. They can submit comments on this proposal to planning@meaford.ca or make a request in writing to planning@meaford.ca. And thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Is the applicant present? If you would just come to the podium, and if someone will turn on the microphone for her, and if you will state your name for the record, okay?
My name is Ian Furlong. I'm here representing Blue Bay Orchard.
Great. Did you want to tell us about your plans?
Yeah, to give you a little background where this how we got here is we have the new orchard going in on the outside of town here, and bunk housing has been an ongoing thing with us, and throughout the past couple of years, the foreign worker program as such has been going through a review on housing. And we've been waiting to get our final draft on what it is that they're actually going to be, our requirements are going to be moving on in the future. So we've been hesitant on actually investing in a substantial bunkhouse at the orchard. So we've been temporarily using short-term rentals in the town of Meaford. The opportunity for this, the old age home came up, and we've been working back and forth with People Care. And we finally got an arrangement done to temporarily hold our foreign workers for the picking season. So that is the reason why we're asking for the temporary rezoning, is to give us a little bit more time in order to see how things progress in the next year or two with the housing requirements, as well as to see how this is all going to work. And if it is something that is a good fit for both us, the orchard and the town of Meaford, we will know this shortly in a year or two of doing it temporarily. And if it looks like it is a feasible thing for both parties involved, well, then it may be, we would then apply to get it, the rezoning, a permanent rezoning, but we're asking for the temporary right now, just to because we are under some time restraints here by our workforce. We will be arriving in the first couple weeks of September. So with the planning department and their help to navigate through this, we're asking for a temporary rezoning.
Thank you very much. There has been no pre-registration to speak in person at this meeting by members of the public. Is there anyone present who does wish to speak who didn't pre-register? If there is, you're welcome to take the podium and speak if you'd like to.
It's Bill Vale. I'm supporting Ian and this project because it's a great fit for the town of Meaford. We're going to be able to use that building. The other thing, if you have any questions on the offshore program, it's on a very, very strict basis, okay? Like, I mean, if there's anything that goes wrong, one phone call and they're out of here. So, I mean, no, from our point of view, it's run very, very well, and it's a great fit.
Good. Well, thank you for your
Okay,
information.
thank you.
Is there anyone else? I don't believe there is. Oh, sorry, Helena, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did forget to mention the comments that we have received, so my
Oh,
apologies.
Well, why don't we just backtrack a bit and let you do that now, okay?
Yeah, so we did receive comments from Historic Saugeen Métis Association with no concerns. And then the county as well had generally no concerns. They did note that there is an existing pathway, like a breezeway between their property to the east and the subject lands. So they have had discussions with the applicant and they will have further discussions about how to approach that going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Then next I will ask if any members of council have input or questions. I'm going to start with Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, thanks, your worship, and thanks, Ian. The way I'm reading the presentation is you're basically looking for accommodation September to November, so maybe 10 weeks, 8 to 10 weeks. And so this is basically for your apple picking crew. Is that, am I
Yeah,
right?
that is correct, Harvey, yes.
Now, you do have more permanent employees, so I assume that are with you like January to December. They're not involved in this proposal.
So Harvey, just to clarify, we have no permanent, we have one permanent employee, which is Stefano, and he has a residence at the orchard. Our other workforce is here from the end of March until about the 1st of November. Sorry for the speech impediment there, but so yeah, so our season and as the orchard progresses here over the years, we will be requiring more employees. But in the next 3-year term, Harvey, and what this application is stating, it will just be for our seasonal picking workforce in this three-year term.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ian, for speaking with us today. I think this is a good use of the space. It's been empty for some time now, and I think it's definitely an opportunity, and I'm glad to see you taking advantage of it. I have 2 questions for you, if I may. One, Helena just mentioned the hallway that comes from what we would call the old nursing home and goes through over to Albert Place. So I assume that can just be locked, that entranceway can just be closed off or locked.
We've had discussions with the county and the county would like to keep that hallway and passageway open for the residents to go in between their 2 buildings. So what we come to an agreement on is that we were going to build a firewall on our side, and then we would allow that hallway to remain open so that the residents can still use it. And as far as down the road, because that was a bit of a hiccup when it come time to close it, because there was no agreement in the past for that joint usage. So we come to an agreement that if and when the buildings are to be separated, each of us would look after our own entranceways at that time. But for right now, as far as this temporary rezoning goes, the county has full access to that hallway.
Thank you. And may I ask a second question,
You
Mr.
can.
Mayor? If my memory serves me correctly, Albert Place and Golden Town were built in the late 80s. And at that point in time, it was assumed that not all the seniors who reside there would have vehicles, but now most of them do. So parking is at a little bit of a premium. What were you thinking for parking for your people? Would they have vehicles or a van or a bus, or would they be picked up, or what parking requirements might there be?
So Shirley, with the workforce that we have now, they have a van per 7 people. So our parking requirements are very limited right now for the fact that, you know, if we only need 6 or 7 vehicles at this time for parking. If and when there is what I feel, we have no planner or anything involved, but there is real estate on that property to accommodate more parking as well, if so need. But definitely, Shirley, I'm not, I don't want to see vehicles out on the street and blocking access. You know, in order to make this thing work, we have to be a citizen of the town as well. So we have to do it right and make sure we don't get anybody's feathers ruffled as much as we can. So parking and all that stuff has been taken into consideration.
I'm glad to hear that, Ian. So that being known, then I've got no issue with what you want to do. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council? Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks, Ian, for your presentation. The condition of the building, is there any types of work or modifications that need to be done inside in order to accommodate these workers?
Before we purchased, we had a inspection done, a thorough inspection done. And the report comes back saying that the building is in good repair. So we do not, you know, it's an old building and there is going to be maintenance involved, absolutely. But as far as any big structural changes or and the roof, everything looks in good condition as of now. In order to accommodate our workforce, it is very minimal renovations that need done. There will be no structure. We just need to accommodate a bit more cooking facilities. But the one thing that the building does have to offer, that it's already up to all the top of the standards with fire and the security system. Now we're on town water and sewer, so it's a really good, it's a really good fit. And with limited for the 3-year temporary thing, it's that's what attracts us to the building, is that it is ready to go as in all essential.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ian. Yeah, it's great to see the facility being used. So it's interesting. I was just going to ask Elena, reading the Grey County comment, it said that it may be extended for one further 3-year period, and that one was italicized. So I presume that's pretty stringent. That's hard and true. So it was good to hear that you were thinking about something with a degree of permanence to follow. So this is kind of not going to be necessary although we could revisit in somebody could revisit another 3 years, depending who's sitting around the table at that point. But it's nice to hear that you're talking about a permanent plan eventually. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I just had one, if you don't mind. How many residents do you anticipate in this first year of the program?
35, sir.
35? Okay. Now, we have 2 new people in the room. Did you wish to speak to this application at all? Okay. The proponent is the gentleman at the microphone. And he's just given us his presentation, and we've had a presentation from staff as well. But it is do you want to say the name of the business?
Blue Bay Orchard, sir.
Yes, Blue, okay. Okay, so I'm going to, at this point, I can close the meeting. I want to thank everyone for attending and sharing your thoughts on this application. This matter will now be referred back to Development Services for follow-up on any additional information required from the applicant based on the matters that were raised today. Once staff is satisfied that they have all necessary information needed to provide a recommendation on the application, a detailed planning report will be brought back to council to assist us in our decision-making. This report will evaluate how the proposal does or does not satisfy the provincial, county, and municipal policies that must be considered as part of council's decision. It will also explore the various public and agency comments received regarding the application, noting those tools which may be applied in order to address concerns raised and to mitigate potential impacts on nearby properties. And if anyone would like to receive notice of a future decision on this file, please provide your contact information to the Planning Services Division, and you can do that by email at planning@meaford.ca. And with that, I'm going to adjourn today's meeting. Thank you.
A confirming bylaw.
You are right. You are right. So we have adjourned the planning public meeting. And so now we will just read one piece of business here for council. The recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-36 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford at its regular and special meetings held in the month of June 2025 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell. Thank you. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And with that, I can declare today's meeting that began at 1 o'clock finally adjourned.